We wish that she gets better. Please, please remain silent. Raise the name of the LBGs of your neighbors who are missing. We have Brussels ULB, we have Grenoble, we have Louvain-la-Neuve, Timișoara. Shame for those LBGs. Alrighty. Can you please remain silent? Okay, I would like the people who arrived late to take their seats now. Before we can open this plenary session, I will need my hammer back. And I'm not pointing fingers, but I'm just looking at the alumni. What can I say? Sorry? Your deputy speaker knows what you need to do. Talk?
Okay, so Javi,
we wish him luck.
Okay. So we found out that you are not behaving today, but we will excuse you because we just want to say happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, hey, Horace. Happy birthday to you.
Okay. It's good to have my hammer back. Well, before you leave, look at the face of these people. As you noticed yesterday, the alumni here. Some of these people were old when I was young in Best, so now they're wiser. Please do approach them. We have three former deputy speakers here. We have a lot of members of international board, committee management, and people who basically shaped the organization. So please take this opportunity to talk to the alumni, and the plenary is open. And now we'll go for some announcements.
announcement from Orfea.
Okay. First of all, I would like to mention that Clemente was excused because he was preparing for the alumni session that we will have tonight, and Emre as well. Now I want to read the letter. It's a good letter. So it's from the delegate from LBG Aachen who already left. As Javi is reading this, I'll be on my way home. Thank you, organizers, for this awesome event. You can be proud of yourselves. Thank you for everyone for the lovely smiling faces and the spirit you shine. It's always feel like family with you and not just with the organization. And it's not just an organization. It was great meeting every single one of you and see you somewhere around the world. Hugs and kisses, Miriam. Cute. So too sad that he had to leave, but we have one new person who did not introduce himself. Can I get the microphone to the submarine? Can you please state your name, LBG or team, and answer the question Clemente or Tok?
Ooh, tough choice. So I'm Mathieu from the submarine and Clemente all the way. Sorry, Tok.
And can you reply, what's your favorite position?
Under the board table.
Okay. Welcome, Mathieu. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. And now we will go for the next session. It's going to be a whole block devoted for planning for the next year. And I would like to invite the submarine to the middle to present this.
Hello. Can I say? Hello, I'm Oscar from the submarine, and together with my fellow submariners, we are in charge of facilitating this planning session. I know it might sound a bit like it's going to take a lot of effort, but we promise it's going to be really cool, and we hope that we're actually going to start doing something new today. So we are going to try something new. So why are we doing this? Our organization has developed to a quite big one, and in fact, we are facing the standard problems big organizations have. We have problems with knowledge management, we have problems with planning, not everybody is as engaged as they could be, and so forth. These are, in fact, real-life problems which also companies face. So in this sense, we figured that this planning meeting might help us improve this situation. We definitely cannot fix these, but we should try at least to make BEST a better place for the next year and the years to follow. So what are we looking to get out of this session? We are looking for really small ideas here. Something small and workable, which is going to make BEST a better place. Again, we cannot fix these problems, but just coming up with an idea and implementing it might get us one step closer to a perfect BEST. So if your idea requires a coordinator who's dedicating 1 year for this, then it's not a small idea. If the idea starts with investigate and proceed accordingly, then it's not a small idea. It has to be implementable within 1 year, and it doesn't have to be a huge thing which is going to take a lot of resources from your LBG. It's essentially making a small dent in the problem. So for example, instead of having international evening where everybody drinks a lot and then they are hungover next morning on the summer course, let's try something different. Let's try having a small quiz instead. This is the kind of things we are looking for. A small thing, a small change which is going to have a big impact and is going to develop our students in one way or another. So how it will go? I'm going to present 5 problem statements. Problem statements which we heard time and time again. Not all of these apply to all of you, but there's definitely at least one of them which is going to sound familiar to you. You can choose to go wherever you want. Just look for the session which seems most interesting for you. Then, of course, attend the session. This is an official GA session, so it is mandatory. And then there you are going to come up with ideas. Again, small ideas because we cannot fix these problems, but we can make BEST a better place. And these ideas should be applicable to you, and then you can actually do them in your LBG once you get back home. Finally, you are going to present them back in the plenary and share your outcomes with everybody here. So here are the 5 problem statements. Statement number 1, we have recurring issues with the events we organize, which negatively impacts the satisfaction of our stakeholders. So basically, you have probably noticed time and time again that you have the same thing which goes wrong on your summer course, or your job fair, or whatever other event you have. And this, for some reason, happens, but we should probably fix it. Statement number 2, our stakeholders demand more, yet we don't know exactly what they want from us. This is a common issue we are facing both internationally and locally, because generally some of the participants might not be super satisfied, but it's hard to tell why that is. So yeah, let's come up with some solutions to this. Statement number 3, we don't take advantage of our internationally involved members. Indeed, it feels sometimes that all of these experienced members from your LBG get involved in international teams, and then they just disappear. But this doesn't always happen, and in fact, they are a valuable resource to your LBG, and you can use them. So let's figure out how. The 4th statement is, we have problems other LBGs have already solved. This is, of course, a quite common thing, because there are small differences which makes the exact solution somebody else tried not work for us. But we could try to adapt this and take a solution which is already there, adapt it a bit, and apply it for us. Unfortunately, this does not really work so far, so let's figure out how to make it work. And finally, a lot of knowledge gets lost in LBGs between generations. So this is the classic problem. The board finishes their mandate, then they magically disappear, you lose access to the Google Drive, and it's like you just founded a new organization. This happens, and we should solve it, because it takes a lot of effort. So you are going to find the same problem statements around the mattress, because of course it's a bit hard to absorb. So try to think about it for a few minutes, and then choose the topic which is the most interesting for you. The locations are these ones. So there are two sessions here in the plenary, 2 in the lunch place, and 1 in the Paralepa room. Do we have any questions? Okay, Madrid.
Okay, we have a clarification from LBG Madrid.
Which lunch place is it? The one downstairs or the one upstairs?
Very good question, the one upstairs.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any other question on the procedure for the planning session for the next year?
Okay, then once the plenary is closed, you can come in the middle, see the list again, and then go to the place. It's also written on the flip charts, which are going to be in the middle. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Oscar, and the rest of the submarine. Okay, we have a technical from LBG Cluj-Napoca. Can I get the mic to Cluj? Can you please remain silent? Cluj, go ahead.
Hello, Vlad from LBG Cluj-Napoca. Isn't more okay if we leave this presentation at the end of the plenary so all can see?
Yes, this slide will be left here so
Okay.
people can see.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if there are no other comments, I would just like to remind you that I mean, we cannot chase you to go to the session, but if you're here to represent your LBG, it also comes with a responsibility. And in this session, you're actually building shaping the organization for the next year. So also, if you always request to get involved in decision making, but when you are given the opportunity, you go and sleep to your room, think about it and act accordingly. Okay, we will meet back again at 6 p.m. after the coffee break. You will have the planning session now, then the coffee break, and we will meet here in the plenary at 6 p.m. The plenary is closed.
Olaf, can you raise your hand? Good.
Yeah, I'm going for a cigarette and then I'll be working in the plenary. I'll go for a cigarette and then I will be working in the plenary.
Okay, you have had some time to think now, so please go to one of the groups. There will be one group in the side of the plenary that is close to board table, and one in the opposite. And then both lunch places are upstairs, and bar lab by just around the corner. So please go to the group you would like to be at.
Happy New Year! Okay, please take your seats. Good. Uh, please have silence. We're going to start. Yes, the plenary is open. Perfect. I hope you enjoyed the out-of-plenary sessions that we had today. It was the reward for having quite a lot of presentations yesterday, and I hope you actually enjoyed not sitting here all the time in the plenary, and also these outside activities. Let us know when we have the GA evaluation at the end of the event. And we will go now for some announcements.
Put into the spreadsheet online. I already put them there, all that were announced before GA. So if you want to sell something or distribute something, hoodies and so on, please put it on the flip charts and other LBGs can see it there. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Pavel. Our next announcement is from the organizers.
Hello. Sorry I have to make these kind of announcements, but we have been provided with information about crashers. So, as you all know, we sent an email about that we have zero tolerance about crashers. So, I need all of your help. If you have any information that somebody is here in the plenary or in the hotel as a crasher, please come and tell the organizers, because we know that there should be at least one crasher at the moment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, LBG Tallinn. This goes, can we have some silence, please? This goes in line with what we had yesterday about stealing. This is, think about the kind of treatment that Best as an organization is giving to LBGs that take the challenge to host these kind of events. And please try to provide as much help as you can for the hosting LBG, in this case, LBG Tallinn.
Okay, so for now, there are no more announcements. Back to you, Javi.
Okay, if there are no more announcements, I would like to ask organizers to take that chair away. And there should be somebody in the plenary that is missing his or his chair. Is the chair from LBG Brussels? Okay. Here. We have one technical from LBG Ankara. Could we have one microphone to LBG Ankara, please?
Dennis from Ankara. Could you please pass the note to the speaker? It's important.
It was a teaser for me to get the... Okay, I'm sick and I'm still puking. Yes. You may be excused. The delegate from Ankara is excused because he's sick. You can leave the plenary. Okay, we will go for the next session. It's the committee commission's outcomes. So I would like to invite to the middle Constanza or the presenters. The people who will present the committee commission's outcomes. Okay, can the presenter for the financial annual action report present the commission number 1, start the presentation? Who was the presenter for the financial team annual action report, commission number 1? Okay. Okay. Can the microphone carriers go to the sides and sit and have, we have one finger from extra Adrian?
Hello, I was facilitator in the session and I think it was Milos, but... So where is Milos?
Okay. Could you present this? Or yeah.
Do you have the clicker?
Okay. You will, extra Adrian, you will not present this commission. We will go for the next one. Which LBG is Milos from?
Belgrade.
Belgrade. Can the second delegate from Belgrade ensure that he's here? Okay. Can you go and fetch him? Thanks. We'll go for the second commission. Can you go for the next slide? Okay, next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, we'll go for the second commission on the annual action report of financial team.
Okay, the financial team.
Can you get the clicker from the microphone carriers, and can I ask microphone carriers to sit down? Thank you. Can you sit down in the middle of the plenary, like close to LBGs? Okay, thank you. Please go ahead.
Okay, let's start. Starting from the good points which we saw is the first thing that BCD is a standalone event. It was a good initiative because it was quite successful considering that we got a lot of money and a lot of companies were at BCD. The second one is that we started to work on Best Career webinar. So it's a good initiative too because we are innovating something new. And the third is most of the goals are completed. So especially considering like coming to the new structure. Improvement points. We should see more transparency regarding the results and maybe some statistics. For example, how many companies were last year and how many were this year, or could probably like any statistics. The second one is improved communication with LBGs. Here you can probably add like some more letters to the fundraising mailing list or some more letters to the admins of LBGs. And the third one is a more user-friendly report. Because, for example, at the end of the goals, you can see was it cut or not. You can just, you have to see the first page to see if it's cut. So the statement is the work by FinTeam was really well done, and we really appreciated it. And a lot of new things were implemented. And we're still waiting for the completion of the financial goals. That's all. Thank you, FinTeam.
Okay, thank you very much. 1, 2, 3. We'll go for our presentation on Educo.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm Olmo from Madrid Carlos III, and I will present you the outcomes from Educo Commission. Okay. So we have some good points. There were some really cool things that these guys were doing, such as the external relations were super cool because they went to many external students programs, and they went to some commissions in there, and they talk with people from outside of BEST, which is kind of cool. Also, the dissemination methods were improved. So this means that they try to look for platforms for sharing the outcomes of the external events on education, and that's nice. And also they got some feedback in the learning content. So we actually get like closer to what our stakeholders need. Also, we talk about some improvement points. And talking about the HR, we heard that they have some resignation issues. And just to point it out, and so that right now with the new department format, you know that there will be no any more mentors. So Educo people should take into account this thing and keep an eye on it. And also, we really like the thing that they went to so many events and external things. But also, it will be nice that these outcomes are like kind of available for all of us, and not only in the annual actual report. So we get to this statement. They explain what they are doing, and we appreciate that. Most of the objectives are fulfilled. And also we found a random note that just as a feedback for like the proposal format. And actually this morning in the ITC commission, they were doing this thing, and it's kind of cool. And it means that you have all the status of the actions in the top part of the proposal, but also it will be really nice if in the description they write it next to it if it's completed or not. And that's all. Do you have any questions? Okay.
Okay, if there are no questions, 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Let's go for the next commission on Educo.
Okay. So, hello. My name is Monica, and I'm from LBG Graz. Now we come to the outcomes of the second commission of Educo. We have some more good points to add because they fulfilled everything they have planned for their annual report, and it's also good that they actually stick to their things planned to the things done ratio. And we also have to add that it was one of the best committee reports we have written. We have read. And we liked, in general, the effort that Educo is giving on LEOEs and informing LBGs about LEOEs. So they should continue because people are now getting to understand what this is about. So when next time you're asking yourself, okay, what does Educo do? They are really actually doing something, and they did a really good work. To the improvement points, yeah, they should improve. They could improve their internal promotion for EOEs and sharing their outcomes of their job better. Well, yeah, as I already said, you did a really good job, but you just have to find some kind of channels to promote it better in other LBGs. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Are there any questions? If no, 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Let's go for the next commission, this time on marketing.
Hi guys, we're Jelena and Nemanja, and we're going to present you the first marketing annual action report commission outcome. So for the good points, we all know that marketing has had a lot of issues this year, not only with a few resignments, but as well they have had a hard time splitting into 2 departments. But despite of all of this, they did a good job. They improved their communication with local PRs and designers. And also, we could see that they kept track of a lot of our, especially like social media and PR and design projects. And also, they weren't afraid to cut a lot of actions and goals from their action plan and reevaluate them and do some more things.
Thank you. Like few improvement points that we found. Maybe it's smarter to set a better action plan because they of course had to cut many things. They were maybe not doable or something else occurred. And to improve more maybe, to encourage local groups to follow the brand, it's not a brand, to follow the brand of best. And we think that it will be helped a lot with Best Brands book when it's get finished. And that's improvement points. And just a statement. We think, of course, they did a pretty well job. Despite like they have also, like some other committees, some problems about, I don't know, resignations and similar. But they managed to fulfill most of the goals and most important tasks, actually, what's it called? Yeah. And we wish them a good year in the next year and to continue doing like this. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any questions? Not 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Let's go for the next commission on marketing. And please try to be short on your presentations.
Okay. Hello. The goals prioritization of this year, they managed to set everything for the next year. And despite the HR situation, they work hard. They handling the transition. They had a pretty good materials, and they are open for feedback.
And what are we expecting from the next year? We want to improve their HR strategy, disseminate more the marketing knowledge internally in the committee, focus not only the translation, but on the fulfilling their purposes as well, and better strategic planning.
Okay, and like a statement, however they had HR problems, they did fulfill their statement of purpose. So, thank you, marketing team.
Okay, are there any questions? If not, 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Let's go for the ECR commission.
Okay. So on the good points that EEC did, they did a very good job overall. We were talking about the implementation of the Golden Apple, that they upgraded it. They made it even with more achievements that can be made, not to be very simple like the Red Apple was in the former years. The EOE implementation is updated and is put in the new Vivaldi handbook. They had a good initiative to develop the leisure events, and they implemented the bus handbook.
We have some improvement points. Season coordinator should also inform the local board because there is a misconnection between the EEC and the local boards. HR situations could be improved as well. More promotion for the LONCs and state some regulations about the target group. And statement, we think that EEC had set relevant and proper goals and achieved many of them, which was a significant improvement since last year. Nevertheless, there are a lot of areas for improvement and further research and development. So thank you, EEC. Any questions?
Okay. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Let's go for the next commission.
So about the second EEC commission, we found that pretty good that the actual report contains a lot of links for more elaborate documents, also for email threads, and therefore it can be shorter and more on the point. And it covered their work, covered many areas. They finished on time most of their tasks, and there were almost no cuts. And we really appreciate that they are striving to make LBGs more proactive. For example, it can be seen in the new Vivaldi handbook. Also good points that they made a totally new Vivaldi handbook and that work on to like improve the image of EEC. They implemented the golden apple, and yeah, thumbs up for EEC. But also we have some improvement points, like even though there are links for elaborate documents in the OR, it would be nice to have some sentences about the general outcomes of these. It would be also maybe nice to investigate the feasibility of LBGs when they are coming up with quality requirements for our external events. And the purpose of the golden apple should be better clarified for the local groups. Also, what? It was just... Oh, sorry. There would be nice to make a golden something something for EOEs, like golden apple and golden cogwheel. Would be good to investigate balance of effort needed to apply to external events. It's like from the student size who are applying for external events. Would be good to more strictly communicate the target group for the LBG admins. The statement is extremely good that we are so dedicated to improve the quality of our services towards external students. But the thing to consider more is the sustainability of LBGs when doing it. But in general, EEC did a very good job. Question?
Okay. 1, 2, 3. Let's go. Sorry, there is a question from Extra Evi.
Extra EV, can you go back to the slide? I think it was the improvement points, the first one, the previous one. Can you explain a bit the second one, because I'm not sure I understand what it means.
Some of us thought that when you come up with some, quality requirements for some external event, you should put more into consideration how does it, can be implemented by LBGs without making some damage on them or something.
Okay, thank you, I get it.
Okay, thank you. Let's go for the next commission on ITC.
Hello, this is Razvan from LBG Louvain-la-Neuve. 2 days ago we had the commission for the annual action report of ITC. And even though we find some of the details quite complicated, some of the IT details quite complicated, we asked a lot of questions and we nevertheless found that very, very interesting. So for the conclusions, I'm going to let my colleague from Brussels ULB do the rest. Thanks.
So I'm Sami from
So I'm Sami from LBG Brussels, LB. So let's start with something really simple. The PA works. So this is already a great background work that LTC is providing. So just thank you for this. But next to that, they are also developing lots of new projects, such as the best library, the best position tracker, or just smaller changes in the PA to improve our user experience. And we also have to note that most of the action plan is either completed or on schedule, and this is a good point. So considering improvement points, some people suggested to do more development meetings, as it seems that most of the development work is done during these, and this could improve efficiency to do more of them. Then we also pointed out that ITC is often communicating through Slack, and as a non-committee member, this can be hard to follow up the work, so using more mailing lists, for instance, could be good for transparency. To conclude, we would like to say that even if we don't understand all the technical stuff that ITC is doing, we can see the results, and so they are providing us useful tools, sometimes new ones, that we can use on a daily basis. So we just want to thank them. So thank you for listening to me, but also thank you, ITC. And that's all.
Okay. Are there any questions on the content? If not, 1, 2, 3. Let's go for the next presentation on ITC Commission.
Hello, I'm Andrei from LBG Iași, and she is Antonia from LBG Bucharest.
Okay, so we'll start with the good points of ITC's work. First of all, we found out that they have fulfilled their statement of purpose. Then we saw that there was a good level of knowledge in the committee, considering the complexity of everything they have to do. And there was a big amount of different tasks handled and a lot of new projects implemented, such as public website or contact database.
Okay, as improvement points, the main issue is the HR problem. There are too few people in BEST that know how to use Macumba, and there are very few people in BEST who have access to the PA and how to make it work. Also, Macumba is difficult to learn. It's not a very good first coding language to learn. And in order to resolve this HR problem, we recommend that this committee should increase its visibility in BEST.
So our final statement is that they did a lot of tasks regardless of their difficulty, the difficulty of the tasks and the HR problems of the committee. Thank you. Any questions?
Okay. There is one question from ITC. Can I get the microphone to ITC?
Amato, ITC. I just want to clarify a bit on Macumba, how to learn this.
I would like to keep it to questions on the content of the commission rather than statements, or so just on the content of the commission itself. But please do approach ITC afterwards. Okay, we'll go for the 1, 2, 3. Let's go for the Tigro Commission.
Hello, I'm Sam from Izmir.
And Maral from Moscow, and we will present Tigre Commission number 1. So let's start from the good points. First of all, communication between Tigre and trainers community was really good. Then we are really glad that BKT materials were updated. Also, implementing local training plans and supporting and developing GPTs is really good, so keep it. And finalized map of trainers, I think it will be really helpful for LBGs. So,
and they have some improvement points. First of all, distinguish between strategic and operational work. At the beginning of the year, if they define this work can turn strategic or operational, it can be better. And the other one is not easy find to information. If they prepare a guideline or something, it can be more useful for people to find it. And the last one is structure of annual action report and the more details of in the report. If prepare a more structured and detailed report, it could be better. And the final statement, as you know, they changed the coordinator middle of the year, but they were facing with many difficulties like that, but they did a really good job. Thank you, Tigro. And if you have any questions.
Okay. 1, 2, 3. We'll go for the second commission on Tigro.
Hi, dear Plenary. I'm Jaime from West Valladolid, and he's Oktay from West Ankara, and we are going to show you the outcomes of the second commission of Tigro. Okay, the good points, the framework with people graduated from TRAP. Okay, right now there is the possibility for the people who go to a TRAP to get the grade of trainer with restrictions, and after the TRAP they can reach the position of trainer through a recognition process. And okay, the next one is good transparency. The most part of their events has been properly reported, so it's okay. Training in community is working well, that's cool. And funds for local training events. Some LBGs are applying for local grants in order to support their local training events, that's cool. GBTs are developing, as they showed yesterday. They are working in a project which is focused in improve the GBTs in order to cover better the needs of the LBGs. That's nice. And LTP is a good initiative, which is helping a lot of LBGs whose members have a lack of skills or knowledge. That's all for the good points.
And for the improvement points, training committee should be more involved in a local training project, and we are making local training project, but without trainers we can't do anything. And they should develop train shops more and increase the deadlines for applications, because it's sometimes harder. And also encourage trainers to participate in traps, because 2 years in a row we are canceling traps and it's not very nice. And for the last one, improve the usage of local HR mailing list for boards. And for the statement, although in the beginning of the year they had some crisis with Florian, they overcame that and they did a really good job on focusing their purpose. Questions?
Okay, there's one finger from Tigro. I would like to remind you that and only questions can be made on what has been presented and not the outcomes of the commission.
Hello, Ace from Tigro. Can you please go to the improvement point? Can you please elaborate on the TC should be more involved in LTP, because I didn't quite get what exactly you meant with this point.
I mean, okay, I'll be just following local training plans, but in order to be local trainings go on, training community trainers should be more involved with the trainings.
To deliver the training
Yes.
sessions.
Okay, a clarification from Tigro and then one finger from Extra Julia.
Yeah, it's just a clarification that trainers community is something separate
This
from
is not
Tigro.
the purpose of clarification, and it just questions on what was presented. Extra Julia.
Extra Julia, and elaborate please how it's possible to increase the deadlines for applications. What do you mean? I cannot get it, like really.
Okay.
I'm not pretty sure about that, but I think that maybe it's about to host events coordinated from Tigro, or maybe to apply for those events. To be honest, I don't remember. Sorry, but I think it should be one of those.
Okay, we have one finger from Urfu.
Darika Urfu, I also wanted to clarify what means develop train shops more. It means the content should be more developed, like more better prepared.
Content.
Okay. If there are no more questions on what was presented, there is a clarification from LBG Timișoara.
And also regarding the deadline, Corina from Timișoara, sorry, also regarding the deadlines, we discussed about like we should have much more time to choose our members to go to the train shops. So this spring was like really quick deadlines for the train shops. I hope I clarified that.
Okay. There are no more questions. 1, 2, 3. Okay, let's go. Let's go for the original present. I think there is the only commission left to present is the first one from FinTeam. So let's go to the initial slide of the presentation. And can the presenter go to the middle?
Milos from Belgrade. We discussed a lot, and the good points that we found are the amount of companies that the FinTeam was able to provide best for this year. Also, the way they handled BCD, because as you probably all know, a lot of things happened and there were a lot of cancellations and everything. We think that they have most successfully changed their internal structure, corresponding with the new department system. And of course, the only way how fundraising is measured is the money we got. Improvement points is we think that there should be a sort of a way for sharing partnership opportunities between local and international level, which means that if an LBG is having a really good relationship with a big company, especially if it's a company that has a local and an international level, that they should perhaps try and include the international FinTeam, and vice versa. If the FinTeam knows something on a local level, they should contact that LBG. Then it's creating of integration guidelines. This means that they should have a sort of a handbook available on PA or something like that, on how to integrate new people. And the report that they had was a bit hard to read, so we would advise them to use more visuals like graphs or stuff like that, because that's easier for other people to understand. In the end, BCD was handled well. We defined that their transparency is okay, but that accessibility to the team or the department, not so much. And in the end, job well done. Thank you.
Okay, are there any questions? Next time, please be on time. 1, 2, 3.
Yes, sorry.
Okay, thank you very much to all the presenters, minute takers, and facilitators for the committee commissions. Please take your seats. I would just like to clarify that the purpose of the commissions is for LBGs to evaluate the work done by international teams. Therefore, questions during the question round for commission is just on the things that were presented maybe were not clear, but if the commission reached that conclusion, it's not to go or explain that conclusion, because it just, I mean, it meant that on the commission reached that conclusion, okay? We will go now for the next session. Let's talk about the best. Today we have two presentations. The first one is from Mathieu and Olaf from the submarine. So please go to the middle. Okay, before we go that, I think we have one finger from EEC. Can I hit microphone to EEC, please?
This is related to the Commission's presentations. In general, okay, we are supposed to only try to clarify what is being presented there, but sometimes the information that is there is misinforming the whole plenary about what has been done by the committees. And in those situations, I think that we would like to defend our own work and present it because there are things being mentioned there that were not tackled during the commissions at all. It's just a general statement that I believe all the committee coordinators agree with.
Okay, I agree. Yet the way I was asked to facilitate this, how you created commissions, it was in this way. Therefore, I would like you to take this input into consideration when you are explaining the speaker how do you want commissions to work next year. Please go ahead.
Thank you. So, 10 years ago, LBGs came together for the first time to create the first national engineering competition. These were just regular people, just regular LBG members like you. Now, 10 years later, this is what we know as EBAC. This is one of the best, one of the biggest youth engineering competitions in Europe, and it started just okay. And it started just as a small experiment, and it went into become a huge success. But somehow, now, we don't seem to have any of these ideas anymore. Mostly what we're doing now, it's just the same as we did last year. This applies to most of our services. For EBAC, well, it's only 10 years, so it's not that applicable to EBAC. But for other services, think about courses. The last major change in courses was when we changed from 20 participants to 22 participants. Who here knows when that happened? And also still, best career support is still a service that is extremely difficult to grasp for most LBGs and to bring down to the local level as well. And why is this important? Well, if you ask a company like Blockbuster, they can give you a good example of what happens to you when your services becomes irrelevant.
So, how do you actually get to this situation? Is there anybody that we can maybe blame? Well, not really, because this attitude is actually something that we're all still contributing to. We're all kind of thinking in the same way. For one point, since we're doing our services for quite a while, things have gotten kind of stale a lot of the times. We're repeating a lot of the same recipes of the last year, and we're not really thinking of the new things that we could be doing. Also, we get stuck in these kind of our own focus, you know, maybe your own focus is PR or FR, and we get stuck in the own little boxes that we create for ourselves, but we don't think outside the box about what new services we could actually be offering, what's the best thing that BEST could be doing at the moment. And sometimes we actually do come together and we really think about, sometimes we actually do come together and really think about what could be improved, but then we make it sometimes super complex and we come up with this huge task list and then nothing actually happens with this. So that's kind of like thinking about the pretty girl a lot but not actually making anything happen. So we've called this Besturbation for purpose of this presentation. So innovation doesn't happen by itself, basically. You actually have to work at it. Innovation comes from taking the time to think about new things you can do and having the courage to actually try it out. So how could we turn the situation around? Well, I think it's actually pretty easy, and we think it's pretty easy, because it's not that we don't have great ideas in general in BEST. In fact, in with a 1-minute brainstorm, I kind of want to prove you that you probably have more than enough ideas to change your services. So first, just take like 20 seconds to think about why you are actually in BEST. What do you find special about this organization, and what do you want people that do our services to understand about BEST? And now imagine that in a few months, you're going to have a course, and this is actually true for many of you. At the end of that course, what do you want a participant to be feeling? What kind of experience do you want the participant to actually have had? How is his life going to be changed after your course? Just think about that. And finally, just think about how some activities, some things you can do to bring this closer to reality. What kind of things are you not doing on your course which could create that participant who's very excited about BEST now and our services? Okay, I hope you're all still awake. I'm willing to bet that most of you had at least some glimpse of an idea of something that you're not doing yet, but that could actually make your courses a lot better. And this is just a 1-minute brainstorm. It's basically nothing. And I've done a kind of brainstorming sessions like this with besties for an hour, and the ideas that come out are really amazing. You get ideas like doing European Parliament-like debate sessions, cultural cooking nights, quizzes about the different countries, all ideas which would really improve the quality of our services. So it's not that the ideas aren't there. We have to sit down, actually think about it, and then have the courage to pick just one of those ideas and decide to make it happen on the very next course. And this may seem like a simple idea, but this is the philosophy of continuous innovation, which is used by companies like Tesla, like SpaceX. So if it works for them, I think it's good enough for BEST as well.
Okay, just to be clear, we aren't talking to your LBGs. We are talking to you personally. Because everybody has ideas, and surely then, if everyone has an idea, then a lot of things will happen. But yet, it doesn't. BEST is not developing, because nobody's acting, and then BEST stands still. So this is actually everybody's personal responsibility. Everyone, every single one of us in this room has the responsibility to be a part, to take care and push BEST forward. So when you get home now, why won't you organize an innovation meeting where you get your LBG, you think of these questions, you take the best ideas, and you implement them in your next course? Or why not just insist on implementing one new activity in the next course you will have, or next event? And yeah, well, not changing Jägermeister with vodka, but actually something that will improve the quality, something to improve the core of what we are doing.
So all of us at the end of our BEST career should feel that we actually contributed to the quality of the services of BEST. And I don't mean just thought about it or proposed it, but actually made something happen. That should be our ambition. So can you say yes to that question? Can you say that about yourself? Because if not, well, you have some work to do. And the awareness within BEST about services is changing. And we have a services strategy now. But what's really needed is still people at the local level, people determined to actually make a change and to have the courage to just try something out and be willing to take the risk. So the next time you hear about services, about innovation, and about how best will be changed, don't ask what best will do for you, but ask what can you personally do for best. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation, Mathieu and Olaf. Do you have any question? No questions or statements? There's one question from EEC.
Hello, Pedro from EC. Throughout this year, while the different bodies were working on the services strategy and trying to promote the innovation of services on the LBGs, on the local level part, something that popped up quite a lot of times was the fact that LBGs themselves are not being able to interpret what we actually want from them with services innovation. They don't understand if this is just something different that they do at the local level, like they just changed the amount of days of one single event, they just expanded it or what, or if we actually want them to prepare a whole new thing from beginning. And so how do you think that we can clarify to them what is actually services innovation, what is offering something that was not offered before, so that LBGs on the local level can also work on this with us and not clash with us because they are presenting just something that is a small modification to what they are already doing?
Yeah, I think it's a very good question. At least our approach was kind of also hopefully clear, like from the brainstorming question and the PowerPoint. I think if you just ask people randomly, you know, what are you going to do differently in your course next year? How will you improve? Then they're going to come up with a lot of practical things. It's going to be, okay, well, logistics were quite bad, so we're going to have to change that. The location this year, we're thinking of moving there. And you get stuck in these kind of practical loops, which don't really change the core of the service. But I think sort of the key is to first connect to why we're actually doing it. So what is the purpose of BEST? Start from the top down, kind of what is our purpose? What, in the best case scenario, do we want to achieve with a course? And then we can start thinking about like these new activities we can do. And then I think you get a way broader perspective of things. At least that's what I found in the sessions when I also did this.
Okay, we have two fingers from EEC.
Pedro EC. Yeah, in general, I think that what you're saying and the approach you're taking makes a lot of sense. But do you think it would be, for example, implementable with the Pineapple project? And how would you have done it differently so that it could have taken this approach, so that it can be improved for the next year?
So I think that this is mostly what we really need in BEST is a mindset change. Pineapple project is one very cool way to do it, but there's still a lot of ways within the courses we have already. And what we really need to do is to not be afraid to try out the ideas that we have. So just try it out. If it doesn't work, well, then maybe we will not continue. But if it works, it's really cool and we can keep doing it.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, there is one question from LBG Porto.
Bonnie from Porto. It's not a question, it's a statement. I guess most of you are in the same situation as me. I entered BEST because of a course. So when I think about a course and what I would like to have in a course, I think about my first course, because it was the one that made me enter BEST. Not about specifically the things I did there or the food or if I had showers, but mostly my feelings. And I was part of 2 core teams of 2 summer courses. It's my favorite external event. And when I was in those core teams, I was participants responsible, and I tried my best to make them feel what I felt when it was my first time. And yes, the question that's there, it was the main reason why I entered BEST. It was because I made that question for myself. BEST did so much for me, so now what can I do for BEST?
Okay. If there are no more questions or statements, thank you very much for your presentation. And if you want to keep talking about the service innovation, please approach Olaf and Mathieu. Perfect. We'll go now for the next presentation on Let's Talk About BEST from Vitka.
Thank you. This presentation is supported by Paco. Thank you, Paco. So, first of all, Paco already said how important it is for us to have internal events, to develop our organization. Basically, one session on some live meeting can replace like weeks and weeks, even months of online work. So during this GA, you had a presentation about us not having a host for GA 2017. Maybe you heard about unlucky situation of West RM not having host and having GA preps online. Also, we are still trying to find hosts for events that should happen very soon, and that's board training. So it seems like we are having a bit of an issue with finding hosts. So how was this tackled in the past? Because this is not the first time it's happening. So there was this dreaded proposal P25. It happened in GA Belgrade 2011 that said, proposal said that a full or an associated member has to organize at least one BEST internal event once every 4 GMs. But it was not accepted. And in my personal opinion, it's good that it wasn't accepted. Because I don't think LBGs should be pressed and to organize internal event. You should actually feel motivated to organize them. You should be able to feel like you are not an isolated island. LBGs are not isolated islands, but you're a part of huge organization. And you should be feeling proud and obligated to help developing it. So we tried to do something this year. And what we did, basically, Paco tried to clarify what is needed actually to host internal event. So some description of internal events, how it looked on PA before, was something like this. Now we are trying to have always something like this, to make sure that you have that you know what are the main benefits, what are your requirements, what are needs from the logistic point of view, and so on and so on. But, sorry, relationship between international body that needs a host and the host should be beneficial for both sides. So friends with benefits. However, we have a bit of a problem with this. Why does, for example, Tigro usually doesn't have a problem with finding hosts for their committee meetings. Why? Because LBGs know how they can benefit by hosting Tigro. They can have a training day for their LBG, which is usually quite cool, and LBGs are super satisfied with having them. So this is a picture from Ankara. Ankara, was it cool? Okay. But what about other international bodies? Well, I'm sure that everybody of BEST is really would really like to help LBG in one way or another. We can organize PKTs, we can organize workshops, we can organize team building, or we can just hang out all together. But we sometimes miss ideas, and we sometimes don't really assess what LBGs wants from us. And that's why we need you. We need you to tell us what we can do for you. If you're hosting us, we want to be nice to you too, and offer something to you. So we would like to hear your ideas about this. We had a discussion group today, similar one on this topic. Milica was facilitator. So I heard some outcomes. It would be really cool that if you're interested to approach her, ask her what the outcomes was. But also, I would encourage you to discuss this more, to discuss this with your LBG, to discuss this on some mailing list. I proposed LTAB, which is not very used this year, so LTAB is a perfect place to discuss this more. And give us your ideas, and we are there to support you and to help you out. So, any questions?
Okay. Are there any questions on the presentation that Vitka just made? Or statements? We have one finger from LBG Timișoara.
Corina from LBG Timișoara. The biggest reason why we did not host an internal event this year was because of our financial problems, and I think we are so afraid to not get again into the state of insecurity on this financial part that we did not organize, even though we needed so badly, because I think we had a lack of involvement on the international part. So maybe it would be nice that the international bodies would help us more, not necessarily giving us money, but guiding us more how we can obtain the money for this type of the events, because they're really hard to FR.
Also, to add on this, maybe Emre could say more about financial aid, but also I would say that talking to some LBGs, I think they have wrong expectations on how much is needed to organize internal event. So some LBGs feel that it's actually more expensive to organize it than it is. Since internal events are only for the besties, our requirements are quite low. Basically, we need floor, post-its, and some internet. And yeah, basically, I think that a lot of LBGs put too much effort into actually providing some super fancy place to sleep and so on while it's not necessary.
Okay, I would like answers to be a bit shorter if possible.
Sorry.
Emre from the board.
Emre from the board. So regarding financial aid for internal events, we are quite flexible on this. Just state your, let's say, interest on the topic that you would like to host an internal event, and we will do our best regarding that. Regarding the fundraising part, today there was a panel discussion, and one of the topics during the panel discussion was how to fundraise for internal events. For example, this year, like some of the LBGs get support from the, let's say, local companies and universities to organize internal events, for example, in RM Istanbul and so on. So it's possible, and Fin team will be happy to share you with the outcomes and also help you on this.
Okay. Next, we have one finger from Tigro.
It's from Tigro. We are allowed in this part to make statements as well, right? I'm asking, no,
yes.
I'm seriously asking.
Yes.
Cool. In general, there is this this fear of communication between local and international level in general, and it would be nice whenever you have doubts to contact anyone from the teams and the board and in general people from the international level in order to help you in this procedure. And in general, to ask your questions in order for us to help the organization and for you to help us in order to help you. Thank you.
Okay. The next one finger we'll have is from the submarine. I mean, I would just like to clarify, I was a VP for IS, so I really like committees, but right now my role in this event is to be a speaker, therefore I have to be quite strict with the purpose of the facilitation, and in the case of the commissions, the questions are just related to what is presented on the commission, but not the content itself. Therefore, this is why I cut the 2 questions before. Okay. Let's go for Oscar from the submarine.
Yeah, Oscar from the submarine. I've been VPS last year, and those of you who are not on the first GM probably got an email from me at some point in your mandate. And yeah, the situation is quite bad because I know that you have financial problems, and there are a lot of reasons to not do an internal event. But truth is that we actually do need these events to continue and to carry on this organization, because without these internal events, we can develop our services, and at the moment, our services are also not really doing that great. So in order to keep this organization moving on and going forward, we need to do these internal events, even if it is a bit of an effort and it sucks a bit to maybe do some of them, and maybe we don't see the purpose right now. But for everything we do, for every event we host, and for every trip we take, we are pushing BEST forward, and we are making BEST a better place, so that in 5 years from now, BEST is still going to be in Europe.
Okay. Next, we have one finger from LBG Zagreb, and then from EEC.
Claudia from Zagreb. Is it necessary that you all slept in the same place? For example, for board winter meeting, that we, through your four besties, can host you in their own place that's not far away?
Of course. It's not an issue. Of course, we can be all around the place. It happened during this year. We prefer to be all together because we're fluffy and stuff, but it's not an issue at all.
Okay, thank you. Next question is from EEC.
Hello, Angelina from EEC. A thought came to my mind that maybe by lifting the restriction that an LBG can take internal event support only once per year, maybe this could help, because it's not only that the financial problems that may restrict an LBG from taking an internal event support, but also HR problems. So I think it's more important to have our internal events hosted instead of just distributing them all over. Has this ever been considered? Thank you.
Emre?
Well, let's say this, the idea was coming from like the previous years to, let's say, give one internal event support to one LBG. Like this year, we also had difficulties, and yeah, as I said before in my comment, and in my previous comment, we are quite flexible on this, even though there is like one rule. For example, Educo summer meeting and Educo winter meeting happened in Porto, and we supported both events because like, there was no host and this event had to happen. So we are quite flexible on this. Just approach us, state your interest. Of course, it's not good to like distribute all the money to, let's say, the same LBGs, but when it needs to happen, we are quite flexible.
Okay, then the next finger is from LBG Uppsala.
Fergus, LBG Uppsala. I mean, definitely financial situation is an issue. But what happens when most of the people in an hosting LBG are focused on parties and the fun part of the organization? I mean, the quality of the interaction they can get out of this event is very different from what they can get from a course. As long as we focus our recruitment strategy on these elements rather than developing ourselves, we will never be able to offer anything valuable to them, because the quality of the interaction during a working event is much different. And especially if the expectations are not set properly, this can have even a worse impact.
I think that most important part of it is actually setting expectations from both sides. And if expectations are set properly, organizers are not going to be disappointed because they will be aware of what to expect, how they can benefit with the event, and vice versa.
Okay, we have 2 fingers from Tigro.
Ace from Tigro. Moreover, since we had quite a lot of events as Tigro, we have a really extensive description now on PA and during the calls that are sent from VPIS. So if after this the expectations are communicated properly, then it shouldn't be an issue.
Okay. We have one thing. Is it one? We have one. Wait. We have 1 finger from LBG Ankara, and it's the last one we would take because we have gone over the time. So we will not take the finger from LBG Izmir.
Hello, Metin Oktay from LBG Ankara. Maybe we can solve the issue like there is 8 season rules for external events. Maybe we can be a bit flexible with the LBGs who take lots of internal events. For example, if they take 2 internal events without international support or something, this finding and host problem could be solved. Because in my opinion, in order to the sustainability of the organization, one less external event doesn't matter anything, but these events should be, these internal events should be made, hosted.
So if I understood correctly, you are saying that some internal events should be counted in 8 season rule?
There are alternatives, like maybe bigger events like GMs could be flexible. We are already flexible with it. But for example, okay, we shouldn't be counted small internal events like 8 season rules. But for example, we can, for LBGs hosted 2 or more, 3 small internal events without internal support could be exempt from these 8 season rules. We can make a regulation about this.
Actually, there was a proposal, I'm not sure on which GA, about including GMs to 4/8 season rule, so that LBGs that organize GM, since it's a very big event, are excluded from organizing external event. However, we always have to have in mind what is our core, what are we doing, and what we are doing is providing services to external students, and that should always be on the first place. Even in the case when maybe we have to cancel some internal event and stagnate in our development of the organization itself. That's my opinion.
We had 2 fingers from membership. And I would just like to clarify that we didn't take the fingers from LBG Trondheim and LBG Izmir because we are out of time for the question round.
Milica from membership. I just want to emphasize that we had this very extensive discussion group about this today, and the outcomes will be presented tomorrow, day after tomorrow, I'm not sure. And you will get answers to many of these questions then, so wait for it. Thank you.
Okay. I would encourage LBG Trondheim and LBG Izmir to approach Vitka and the rest of the board to discuss on this topic. And just I would like to thank Vitka from the board and all of you for participating in the discussion about internal events. I would just like to mention that the delegate from Belgrade had to leave during the session. She is excused. And now we'll go for a wake-up game from Be Proud 15 participants. So can Be Proud 15 participants? 14? Okay. Then improve your handwriting. So can Be Proud participants come to the middle, since they propose a wake-up game? Chop, chop.
Okay. Um, please be proud, make a circle. So, it will be a really funny game. It was born in Russia. So people wake up, stand up. Please, your faces to the people. Yes. So, okay, we show you some movements. You should repeat. It's easy. Um,
Goody, can you come in, please? Yeah. Okay. We will now go with the next session on the. Oh, there's a technical from LBG Lviv.
Okay, I have a technical. Please, people who are writing this message on paper, please try to avoid this spam because it's kind of hard to follow the presentations when you are just passing these papers all over. So please, thank you.
Okay. Also, remember that we're in the plenary, so you're not allowed to leave out of the plenary. And yes, I'm the first person who wants to go to the bathroom, yet I think what are my responsibilities and I stay here, okay? So please be adults. We will go now for the amendments debate. So, yesterday, the deadline for sending amendments finished, and we got 4 amendments proposed. The procedure that we'll have today is we'll have today a debate. I will introduce the amendment. The proposing LBG, the LBG who proposed this amendment, has 2 minutes to stand up and explain why he or she is proposing this amendment. Then there can be up to 2 supporting speeches so 2 statements for the amendment and up to 2 against the amendment. And then we'll have a question. And then the last, the author of the amendment can have a closing word, and then there will be questions. Okay. The voting will happen tomorrow. How we will do it is we will go for every amendment and ask LVGs whether they want this amendment approved or not. And we will do it by raising the LVG names. We will have vote counters to check this. So it will not be my opinion, it will be the number of vote of LVGs that approved. Good. So the first amendment we had, voting will happen tomorrow morning. And also I would like to remind you that on the tablets, you can actually find the document if it has been uploaded already with all these 4 amendments that you will see today, in case you want to check them afterwards or talk to your LBGs about it. The first amendment is to change proposal P18. Please open proposal P18, the automatic proposal for exclusion of suspended LBG Reykjavik on your tablets. It was proposed by LBG Brasov and supported by LBGs Bucharest, Chisinau, Cluj-Napoca, and Timișoara. They are proposing to change on page 1. The line suspended LBG Reykjavik will be excluded from BEST. 2 will be excluded from BEST after the 7th of September. Now I would like the word to go for LBG Brasov to have at maximum 2-minute speech on why did they propose this amendment.
Hello, Dragoș from LBG Brașov. I propose this amendment mostly because the event has already been announced, and well, I think people already bought tickets to Reykjavik as it is pretty far. So if Reykjavik will be suspended in the plenary, officially the event won't be a best season event. So with this proposal, they can organize the season event and also finish it will be finished in the season.
Okay, thank you. Now I would like to ask LVGs who want to make a speech for this amendment. So okay. I would like LVG Timișoara, and I would like to remind you that we will only get the speeches after the question round. So please, excuse me, after the original speech from the author of this document. So go ahead, Timișoara.
Okay, Corina from LBG Timișoara, and also I think there was a discussion that what will happen with the course if they get excluded. So I think it's not okay that the course not to be like recognized as a best course since they applied to a best course, and then the participants arrive there and see that there is not a best course anymore. So it's a pro speech.
Okay. Is there any other speech pro this amendment? One from Valencia, and this will be our last speech pro this amendment.
Darian Valencia, sorry, this is like against or?
Pro, like
Okay.
for the amendment.
From my point of view, this amendment will kill totally the motivation for them to do the best course possible.
But this is against.
Oh, sorry. So.
Okay, 3, 2, 1. Against means that you don't want it. For means that you do want it. A favor o en contra, okay? Good. We have one finger from Yildiz, please. This is a speech for the amendment? Against, okay. Do we have any other speech for this amendment? 1, 2, 3. Oh. Okay, LVG Trondheim, is this a speech pro the amendment? Okay, let's go first with LVG Trondheim.
Hi, Petter from Trondheim, and I just want to say that from the presentation that Reykjavik gave and the impression that we got at RM, Reykjavik is a very motivated group. And I feel like even if this proposal will be approved, they will still carry out the event to the best of their abilities.
Okay, we have a clarification from Izmir.
I need a clarification about what will Reykjavik do in both situations. Did anyone actually confirm in which of these cases they will be carrying out the course?
Can you clarify your clarification?
Okay. I'll go again.
Please remain silent.
Did anyone confirm, is it confirmed from Reykjavik in which of these cases they will actually carry out the course? Because even with the proposed alternative, they could decide not to do the course, as long as I know, because they will be excluded.
Okay.
So do we know, will they do it or not in any cases?
This is not the purpose of this session. This purpose is there was a proposal, and LBGs could propose amendments to this. So, I mean,
sorry, I'm trying to clarify the amendment. I'm trying to understand
Okay.
it because we will vote on it.
Okay, LBG Brashov. But okay, this is a question that will happen afterwards, because right now you're just stating speech for or against the amendment. This is a question to make at the end to the LBG who proposed this amendment. Okay. So write it down and you can take it afterwards. We'll go for LBG Gildis. Is this a pro or against? Okay. The things like LBG Valencia was supposed to do a speech for this. LBG Madrid already asked for a finger. We'll have just in order to also give the word to Madrid, we'll have a speech both from Gildis and Madrid, even both of them are against. And please, next time, remember the difference between for and against, okay? Because otherwise, we cannot facilitate this properly. LBG Gildis and then LBG Madrid.
Alihan from LBG Yıldız. I think this proposal is a bit useless because if they're excluded in this GA, they probably get demotivated and probably they reject the host this event. And this proposal going to do anything.
Okay. LBG Madrid.
Glenn from LBG Madrid. I would like to say that if I were in place of Reykjavik and this amendment were passed, I would personally cancel the course anyway, and there's nothing we can do about that. And we cannot take their position, we cannot make choices for them. No one has said that they will make a course if they get excluded. So I am personally against this amendment.
Okay. Remember also that it's not just your personal opinion, but also you're representing the opinion of your LBG. Since we had the two speeches both for or against, now LBG Brashov can have one final word and then... Sorry, excuse me. I made a mistake on the procedure. Is the board can have a word and then there can be questions asked. The author, yeah. So the board, as the owner of this proposal, can make one final comment, and then there can be questions can be asked.
Okay. We think that this amendment doesn't make sense, and it doesn't make sense to prolong the exclusion, because if you feel that Reykjavik shouldn't be excluded now, it means you should vote no for their exclusion. This case will be discussed again on PM Warsaw, where you will have a chance to decide if Reykjavik should be excluded or not. So we think that prolonging the exclusion till 7th of September or voting on PM that happens in October doesn't make any difference.
Okay, thank you. Now I would like LBG Gildis to... okay, the question that was asked by LBG Gildis is whether LBG Reykjavik was contacted, if it would make any difference on the course. Can you confirm that like having the deadline until the 7th of September, it would make a difference on the course? LBG Gildis, was this your original question? Excuse me, LBG Izmir. So can I see thumbs up if this summarizes your question? Okay, LBG, and it's directed to LBG Brasov, right? Like LBG Brasov or the people who proposed this, the LBGs who proposed this amendment, did you contact Reykjavik? Okay, can I have a microphone going to Brasov?
Dragoș from Brasov. The thing is that we propose this amendment to be official in the idea that they can officially organize the summer course. I propose this idea in the idea that they can officially organize the summer course. I also asked Angelina from EAC about the date. So I propose this. We propose this just to make it official.
Okay, there are some people who did not understand your answer. Can you try to summarize it?
Okay. The thing is, I talked with the EEC, and I proposed this in the idea that they can officially organize the summer course without having to cancel it.
Okay. If there is no other question, and I see some 3 fingers, is that 1 finger from Kat? Or 1 finger from EC? And we'll take the 1 finger from EC and we will go for the next amendment since I see a lot of 3 fingers.
Can this just be a statement?
Please, go ahead.
About incoherences in the proposal that is, in what is being proposed. Okay, first of all, sorry, Pedro from EC. First of all, the season does not end on the 7th of September. It ends in October. I don't remember the day exactly. Second of all, if you vote already for the exclusion, the consequence will already be defined by the time they are organizing the course, and it is a liability for BEST to have its course being organized by a group that has no responsibilities towards the organization at that point. And thirdly, in the past, there was one course that was organized by an LBG that had already decided beforehand that they would stop existing, and that course actually damaged the organization because the LBG was in the condition that they thought there is no consequence for our acts. So, in the end, I really don't believe that this is a good idea.
Okay, thank you for your statement, and thank you for the discussion on this amendment. 1, 2, 3. Okay, let's go for the second amendment. Please open proposal 13, proposal to replace nurses with doctors in internal regulations, proposed by LBG Uppsala, and it's supported by LBG Messina. So if you go to page 2 in the original version, you can find, I think this is the definition, the second definition. And doctors can help them to reactivate their activity, recruit new members to assure continuity in their group, and provide them with general support. And the idea is to change the content to provide general support and help them develop an HR strategy in order to boost their activity and ensure sustainability. Now, I would like the author of this amendment, LBG Uppsala, to have 2 minutes to explain the reasoning behind.
Fergus, LBG Uppsala. The reasoning behind this amendment is, on one side, improving the phrasing that had been kept the same in comparison to the previous version of the internal regulation, and to clarify the duties of the doctor. It seems to me unfeasible, and to LBG unfeasible, that a doctor could help an LBG, which might be even thousands of kilometers away, with recruitment. I think that behind the spirit of behind this proposal, there is the spirit of helping the LBG to develop an HR strategy. So I think with this formulation, the spirit is better represented.
Okay, thank you, LBG Uppsala. Now is it the time for speeches for this amendment? Okay. If there are no, okay, we have one finger from LBG Belgrade.
Milos from Belgrade. We think that this is generally a better definition than the original one, especially because, as you said, it does not. With the whole new concept, I think that is the main problem. The whole new concept, we do not know how it will work in the future, and it is better to say it like this than someone saying in the future, oh, you should have directly recruit our members instead of, I don't know if you can understand what I'm saying, because I'm rather not feeling well. So, the point is, if the nursing LBG could complain if the definition is the original one, other than if it's said like this, it can all be done mostly online, something like that.
Okay. Is there any other speech for this amendment? No, 1, 2, 3. Okay, now we'll go for speeches against this amendment. One, two, three. Okay, and now the author of the document can have a word.
Since it's a matter of clarifying and better phrasing, board agrees with this amendment.
Okay, there is one. Now we'll go. Thank you, Vitka, from the board. Now we'll go for question round. There is a question from Tigro.
Ace from Tigro. I don't know if it's in the regulations as HR, but if it's not, if the abbreviation is not there, we should write human relations. Resources. Yeah, we should check the wording before we make the amendment happen.
Okay. Basically, there I saw a few 5 fingers, like the acronym HR may not be defined in the regulations, and this can be problematic, if I understood correctly. Okay. If there are no more questions, one, two, three. Okay, good. The next amendment, please open proposal 30, proposal to include the strategic meetings in the international regulations of BEST, proposed by LBG Krakow, supported by LBGs Kostytia and Kiev. Well, if you go to page 2, it says that each year BEST organizes 11 strategic meetings, and the proposed alternative is that each year BEST organizes at least 11 strategic meetings. Now we have a word from Krakow.
Hi, Chris from Krakow. So basically the main reasoning behind this amendment is just not to restrain ourselves with like a fixed number of strategic meetings, because the requirement is to have a minimum of 13 events declared to be suitable for a grant. And in the future we might actually want to maybe define more of the events as strategic meetings, and we should be able to do so without the need to change our era. So that's all.
Okay, thank you, LBG Krakow. Now is the time for speeches for this amendment. We have a speech from LBG Kiev.
Daria from LBG Kiev. I agree with this amendment because it's not making us to Sorry, it makes us to develop. So in case we are going to be growing as an organization and need more strategic meetings, it will allow us this possibility without changing the document actually. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, LBG Kiev. Any other speech for this amendment? One, two, three. Now is the time for speeches against this amendment. We have one finger from LBG Ekaurfu.
Okay, Daria Ikaurfu, as far as I understood, we have to include the name of events as strategic meetings in order just to have a grant. So, and the purpose is to call as strategic meetings some 11 events. So we don't need to have, as far as I understood, at least 11 or 20 or whatever. We just name internal events as strategic meetings just for grant, and there is nothing else behind it. So by that, I feel it as useless to change it because we just need to call it as strategic meetings and that's all.
Okay. Any other speech against this amendment? Okay, a clarification from LBG Belgrade.
Milos from Belgrade. Could the board please clarify if what Izadea Urfu said is true?
Okay, can the board clarify this? Okay, this will be clarified after the speeches with the statement from the author of the document. It's okay. Is there any other speech against this amendment? One, two, three. Good. Now we'll go for the word from the author of the document, in this case, the board.
As indeed this proposal was submitted in order to comply with the regulations about a grant, it's also important to remember that when we proposed this, we wanted to have this proposal as flexible as possible. And as such, we completely agree with this amendment, as the organization is in constant development, and indeed we might have to have different requirements in the future, and it doesn't make sense to keep changing the regulations every time something changes, because this is a lengthy process that takes quite a lot of resources, and indeed we see this version as more flexible than the one that we had, and therefore we agree.
Okay. Is there any question? Was your question answered? Okay. If there are no more questions, in 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay, we have one finger from Grants Working Group.
Ramazan from Grants Working Group. We also think that this is much better than the other one because we can add and I don't know, we can apply for some other things. So yeah, we agree. That was a statement.
Okay. For the next time, that was a for speech, and it will not be tolerated during a question round, okay? We'll go for the last amendment. Proposal 12, please open it in your tablets. Proposal to remove the inaccuracy regarding cancellation of best events in RAE, proposed by LBG Uppsala and supported by LBG Messina. If you go to the page 2, it's mentioned that in the original version of this proposal, cancels an internal event after the dates of the event are set and communicated to participants. The alternative is cancels an internal event after the event is tagged and finalized on the various private area. Now we will have a speech for 2 minutes for at maximum 2 minutes from LBG Uppsala on the reasoning behind this amendment.
Fergus, LBG Uppsala. The reasoning behind this amendment is that in the original formulation, and in particular, after the dates of the event are set and communicated to participants, doesn't include an official channel of communication. I mean, this communication could happen in a completely uninformal manner. It might be caused by a misunderstanding of or a miscommunication between coordinator of the event and hosting LBG. This would result in a violation of internal regulation. So I think it's important that LBGs have a way to access this information in a clear way, in an official way, and accessible to everyone. So hopefully, the proposed alternative makes the communication of the setting of the dates more transparent for the whole organization.
Okay, thank you, LBG Uppsala. Now we'll go for at maximum 2 speeches for this amendment. First, LBG Vienna.
Hello, Nemanja from LBG Vienna. We would support this amendment since, as far as we understood, on the previous version, is the communicate. It's like it says that when it's set and communicated to participants, so it may be some misunderstandings in this or miscommunication possible. And if we would say it in this proposed alternative, that when it's finalized on best PA, then it's kind of a straightforward like procedure how is finalized, and like it's really strict, so hard to be some misunderstandings.
Okay, thank you, LBG Vienna. And the second speech for that we'll have, can you tilt it a bit? Is from LBG Rome TV.
Hi, Emanuele, LBG Rome Tor Vergata. We think that this version clarifies a lot the fact about cancellation for an internal event. And since the previous version was not that clear and could have left some misunderstanding between LBGs, this version clarifies it a lot and would be way easier to evaluate such situations. Thank you.
Okay. This concludes the 2 speeches for. Now we'll go for the at maximum 2 speeches against this amendment. The first one will be from LBG Timișoara.
Corina from LBG Timișoara. I don't think this amendment is good enough because the damage is made when the events of the dates of the event are communicated to the participants. So I may like communicate to the participants the dates. They may buy some tickets. I just don't mark the event as finalized on PA just to have way more flexibility. And then if something happens, I cancel the event, and I have no guilt in it, but I created some damage to the participants. So I don't think it's okay. We should we should specify a communication channel like an official email or something, but not tagging the event as finalized on PA.
Okay. The next speech is from Izmir.
As far as I know, stuff being updated on best private area works slow. Usually there are delays, so it's hard to say when the event will be finalized. It could be 10 days after the communication, never, or instantly. So I don't think this change really clarifies it. It instead gives it more flexibility for errors. So I'm against it.
Okay. ITC also raised one finger, but we already had the 2. Yet, since they're the owners of private area, I would like to ask the plenary whether they would like to hear their speech. Can you please thumbs up if they want to hear also ITC's opinion on this? Good. ITC, please go ahead.
Amato, ITC. My opinion on this is it might be indeed a good way of having a clear date out there.
but I wish to raise a concern about actually private area not being regulated. We will introduce something in the regulations which is not out there yet according to regulations. This is, I think, more technicality on which I'm not the expert, but I suppose that the board has more knowledge on whether this is possible or not. I just wanted to raise this concern.
Okay, thank you very much, ATC. Now we'll go for a word from the author of this document. It's the Board of Best.
FH32X9X from the board. The board is against this amendment because first thing is we don't see the potential need of introducing it, because there is, in our opinion, there is no possibility for error. And as it was explained also during the introduction to the proposal 2 days ago, when both parts agree and on the dates, it's quite clear, and usually it's done by mail. So there's proof out there that both parts agree. So we don't see the need of making it finalized on introducing this proposal. And the second thing is that making event finalized on PA can be reverted. So it's not also something that is done once and for good.
Okay. Now is the time for a question round. Remember that this is just for questions, not for statements. Okay. Okay. There's a question from LBG Uppsala and then from LBG Graz.
Fergus LBG Uppsala, my question is for the whole plenary. I think despite the technicalities, the general feeling that I got from the statements was that there was agreement on the fact that the original version leaves space for miscommunication and ambiguity. So if you think that this formulation...
Is this a question?
Yeah. If you think that this formulation is not the best one, do you have any improvement points for this or an alternative formulation?
Okay, I would like to clarify that this is supposed to be a question directed to either the author of the document or the author, like the original author of the proposal, of the author of the amendment, not a question to the plenary. Okay? Okay, grass cut? No. Oh, did they cut? Okay, then extra zurita, and then easy. First extra zurita, and then easy.
Hello, I'm Extra Surita. I can see the point if it's the LBG marking this event as finalized. Is it the LBG or the board doing it?
Okay, I think this is a question that either the board or ITC can answer.
Yeah, it's me, the VPIS.
Okay,
Paco
thank you.
from the board.
Okay, thank you. Can you please clarify your answer? Because it was not understood.
Paco from the board. Actually, the one setting the dates is the one responsible for the event, and normally is the coordinator of the event. So the coordinator of the event is either a coordinator of a department, coordinator of a project, a boardie, and these are the ones that are setting the dates together with the LBG. And the ones marking the event as finalized.
Okay, we have now one finger from EC.
Pedro from EC. I would like to know if there has ever been a precedent in which this was actually a problem and led to any kind of situation where an LBG had issues with it.
Okay. Can the author of this document, the board, or reply to this?
Can you clarify? Like what they're asking about, the problem with what? Could you clarify?
Pedro from EC. If there was ever a problem that the event was cancelled and the LBG was complaining that the dates were not officially set yet, and you guys were saying that they were officially set, you
No.
guys or any board in the past?
No, to my knowledge.
Does the submarine want to expand on this, or? No, okay.
And the aviators?
Timișoara?
Corina from Timișoara, I have a question for the board. Can we make an amendment on place, like now?
No, because this is actually where we had the deadline before.
Okay.
The other two ways we have is you can either make a counter proposal if you're against the spirit of this the proposal, or you can contact the author of the proposal, and in case both parties agrees, you can have a friendly amendment. Okay? And in general, if you agree with the proposal, you should vote yes. If you don't agree with the proposal, you should vote no. There are many three fingers, so I will cut it now. 1, 2, 3. Good. I would like to suggest, I believe it was the authors of amendments 1 and 3, for which the author of this proposal, the board, accepted and had the same opinion as the author of the amendment, to approach the board, and maybe they can come up with a friendly amendment. Okay? Good. Thank you very much for this session. Perfect. So there are going to be a few changes in the schedule. As you can see now in the schedule, we would go for dinner, but we still have some time. Since tomorrow we have the board candidate speeches, we're going to have a few presentations that would have happened tomorrow. The first one is going to be on BEP, and the second one would be on photo contest. So I would like to invite Martina to the middle.
Can everyone that worked in BEP go to the middle, please? Quickly. You too, yes. Grants working group people too, of course.
Martina, you will need this.
Okay, so who here knows what BEP is? Please raise your hand. Not bad. Cool. Okay, so BEP stands for Best Educational Platform, but the name here is not really important. It's just a concept that you need to stick to. And it's basically the biggest project we have regarding educational involvement. So what is BEP? So in overall, so BEP is a strategic partnership, which means that it's a project that gathers several partners. We define a set of activities and we expect a defined outcomes. And it's usually this concept of strategic partnerships, it's basically defined by the European Commission. So they have a set of grants that they can give, so fundings that they can give. And one of the categories is to fund strategic partnerships. So BEST basically looked at this and found out that it was a good idea to have this kind of set of partners to come together to work on something. So in this case, we thought that it would be good to have around 10 partners. And these partners would be higher education institutions, universities, companies, and other NGOs besides BEST. So to complement the whole BEST triangle. So what we thought was that it would be good to try to gather the opinion from students, companies, and universities and higher education institutions, and then to transmit those opinions. So kind of what Educo does, but in a really big scale. So in this sense, the activities under BEP project would be one survey,
3 events on education, and 2 roundtables, so to gather all the input, and then a final conference to actually transmit and share all the outcomes. This year, we have been working a lot, trying to find out what would be the best topics to discuss in these events. So we had several meetings with our partners. We tried to gather feedback from the European Commission, what is the things that they think are the issues that are relevant right now. And we came up with 4 topics. So one of them is the university business cooperation. Another one is the continuous professional development. Then we have lifelong learning, and then international cooperation. These topics, I mean, this is the title of the topic. I understand it's not super understandable from the beginning. It's normal. It's kind of definitions that are going around in the European Commission. And we have been trying to gather more ideas on what these things really mean and how we can discuss things that are relevant and how we can gather better ideas to develop these topics. But for now, you don't really need to know about it. Then if you're interested, we can talk later. So in this BEP project, the important thing here is that BEST would basically be the main organizer of this project. So there are many partners involved, but we would be the ones actually organizing all of it and bringing everyone together. As such, we would have several roles in this project. So we'll be the main organizer. We would basically want to involve the students in the project because we are a students NGO. We would also take part in distributing the survey among our network, so among all our students that we reach. We would disseminate all the outcomes that we get, all the ideas that we get from that. We would organize the EOEs, so try to define the sessions, what would be discussed, so the topics and the content. We would help organizing the roundtables, because we are kind of cool of organizing events. We would have partner meetings to make sure that the project is running smoothly, so we would also help to organize one of the partner meetings. And of course, then we would help to organize the final conference, which would be awesome. So what we have been doing, so right now we already applied for 2 grants, but we have been rejected because we are still learning how to do these things. And right now, what we need to do is basically to get the partners on board with us. We need to finalize the content, so try to define these topics things, what we are going to discuss, and ask the company students and universities. We need to define the budget that we'll apply to actually apply for the grant. And we need to prepare the preparation, so what to do before the project actually starts. So just quickly, for you to have an idea, we are planning on applying for the grant next year. So these things are things that take long time. So it's European Commission, they are all grown-ups that are not used to work extra hours like we are. So they take a while to answer and to actually gather all the things. So we will apply on March next year, and then the project will start in December next year. So just to finalize, the call for the BEP coordinator and for everyone that will want to work on the BEP project will come out soon. And everyone is welcome, because this is not just an Educo project, it's a whole BEST project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Martina. Do you have any questions on BEP, Best Educational Platform? There's a question from LP Timișoara.
Corina from Timișoara, how will be the partners chosen? Or chosen mostly the universities?
So you want to know more about the universities?
Yeah, especially universities.
Okay, so I mean, Educo has already worked with several partners, and we know that there are some universities that are attending many educational conferences, so we already have 2 of them that showed interest, because this is a project we have been working for several years. Right now we have University of Thessaloniki and the Technical University of Lisbon interested in the project. But this, of course, is not finally set. We can still invite more people, and it will be decided finally among the team.
2 fingers from Timișoara.
But will be there an official call so that any university can apply or not?
Now, usually we just try to figure out if we already know that they are interested in these subjects. And then we send an email with the official proposal explaining the project and if they want to join us. It's kind of fundraising, but for the project. So you kind of have to present the booklet, present all the project and what they could benefit, and then they answer. So it's basically contact person and through email or phone call.
Go ahead.
I know that there are many LBGs that have problems with their relationship with the university, so this might be a good way to improve their relationship, because it sounds like a project really interested of the universities. So maybe you should like promote more this among the LBGs to like make the proposal for the university.
Okay, cool.
Okay, thank you.
So the idea maybe could be, if you know that your university could be willing to join the project, you could try to find a person from your LBG to join the project, because then it would be good to have that contact person talking to the university. Just an idea, if you know that they are interested.
Okay. If there are no more questions or statements, we have 1 finger from LB Trondheim.
Skule from Trondheim. To be a bit clear, what would be the expectation, what would be the role of the LBG in this? Because the discussion has been on the university and...
Yeah, okay, so the LBGs themselves would be basically on the part of the dissemination of the outcomes and the distributing the survey. So it's mainly to try to gather as much input as we can, because then we are offering BEST's network, which includes all the LBGs and all the students that we reach. So in the end, we would, BEST as a whole would basically distribute the survey, try to gather as many input from the students, and then call for co-organizers for the conference or other events can also be set. But LBGs within themselves, it would be distributing the survey and the outcomes. So promoting, basically.
Okay, thank you. If there are no more questions or statements, thank you very much, Martina, for your presentation. And please, if you have more questions, don't forget to approach her or the rest of Educo people. Thank you. Okay. For the next presentation will be on photo contest. So, Ilul. Yeah. Okay. So the next presentation is on photo contest from Ilul.
Hello everybody, I'm Eylül from PR department, and yep, you know why I'm here. But before everything, let's have a brief info. What is photo contest? Well, what can it be? It's a photo contest held by marketing and the photo group of PR department. And why we do this? Because we want to gather together very good quality photos from all around the best world, and we are going to use them for our promotion materials. So for the winners, if you see these photos in our promotion materials, don't get surprised. But how many awards we have? We have 2 awards. One of them is Audience Choice Award, and the winners are chosen by the Audience of Best Org page on our Facebook, where all the pictures are posted, and the winner gets the photo who gets the most likes, and it is the winner. And Best Choice, for Best Choice, there's a team of experts. We are choosing from marketing in general all around the best world. And they're just discussing about the technical stuff, you know, this photo stuff. And they're just choosing winners. So let's get the winners. If I can get 1 clap for each of the winners in the end, it will be cool. So one of the categories is Best Spirit. So let's see who are the winners. LBG Venezia. No, just one, like. Okay, LBG Venezia and Albada. Okay, the next one is Best Career Support, and they're usually taken during job fairs. So let's see who are the winners. LBG Turin and LBG Gdańsk. Okay, the next one is Best Engineering Competitions, and let's see who are the winners. LBG Delft and LBG Delft. Okay, Best Learning, this is a new category this time. So these are taken during the events on education. So let's see who are the winners. LBG Sofia and again LBG Sofia. Okay, next one is Best Season Courses. Let's see who are the winners. LBG Almada and LBG Prague. Best Traveling, and yep, let's see who are the winners. LBG Moscow and LBG Saksa. So congratulations for the winners, and they can get the awards, the certificates from me, or the LBG delegates can get it from me. I have them. Thank you.
Okay. Any question or comment? Since I think some Polish pride was hurt.
Piotr, Warsaw. It was made by Bestie from Gdańsk, but it was Warsaw job fair, just to make sure.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Lul. Well, they say that imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. Good. So with this, we finish all our presentations for today. And now we'll go for some announcements.
Hello. Our first announcement is from Clemente from the board.
Hello. Fortunately, this is not a very happy announcement. Some days ago, we received a mail from Pin Bonne, who was in the board around 16 years ago, and he told us the news that one of the 4 honorary members of BEST actually has passed away recently. An honorary membership in BEST is actually one of the highest honor of our organization. It can only be given to people outside of BEST in recognition for their excellent contribution and unique impact in the future in our organization. So Mr. Philippe Grosjean, who contributed to the work of BEST in the field of education, he was actually the head of the first international network, international educational network that we joined back in the early 90s, and contributed, made sure that BEST was involved from the beginning. And in the General Assembly of 2000 in Stockholm, he was voted as an honorary member of BEST. He recently passed away, and for that I ask for a big round of applause for him, wherever you may be.
Okay, thank you, Clemente. Our next announcement is board candidates plus extra Sasha. Please approach the board table. And now we have a couple of announcements from Pavelito.
Okay, so CVs and motivational letter of board candidates should be sent to secretary at best.u.org till 11 p.m. today, so please don't miss the deadline. Then there's a flip chart with 2 flip charts with secret ballot for proposals. So if you think that some of the proposals should have this secret ballot rule, please write it down. 3 proposals already have it, membership ones. But if you think that some other requires it, please just state your LBG there. And I just want to remind that also the deadline for friendly amendments and counter proposals is also 11 p.m. It's 11 p.m. but tomorrow. And I want to remind that after the dinner we have the alumni networking session. It will be held upstairs in the place where we eat. And it's mandatory, and the form of this session is similar to PM Flanders, so alumni will be distributed among the tables, also the delegates, and you will have time to talk with them and mingle. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Pavel. Our next announcement is from Emre, from the board.
Emre from LBG Debts. So we are closely approaching the end of the event, and I urge you to make the payments for the LBG debts. It's your duty as one of the members of the organization to pay your debts. So please approach Extra Akın or Extra Patricia. They're in both sides of the plenary. Just approach them. They will be happy to help you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Emre. Our next announcement, all random region LBGs, please stay in the plenary room after it's closed. Same for all Southeast LBG should find me right before going to coffee break. I will be in the middle of the plenary, so find Extra Ezra. Please take a shower and put on socks and shoes. It is disturbing. Yeah, I kindly urge the group shower committee to take action on this. Department, sorry. Okay. So I'm getting a lot of announcements about losing things. I just want to remind you that we have the lost and found flip charts, and I will emphasize more to check them and also look for the things that are missing over there. Maybe it's somewhere in your room. As you know, tomorrow is going to be International Evening, and having been to tonight's International Evening, and having been to 7 GMs, I know that the Deputy Speaker will receive shitloads of announcements about losing money, wallet, virginity, whatever. I really request that try to use this system of lost and found which we currently have and make my job easier. Okay. Now we have an announcement from the organizers.
Yeah, I would like to ask, where is the paper you were given before to put down the songs you would like to have for your regions? There. Has everyone written there something? So half of, okay. Can you do it like ASAP, because we needed this paper so the party team could get the songs, so you would get the songs.
Yes, we have one finger from LBG Helsinki. Can I get the microphone to Helsinki?
Tuukka, LBG Helsinki, at least Nordics haven't agreed to have any song. We're gonna do something, but we're not gonna have a song, so there's nothing there. Or is the obligatory to have some song in the paper?
No, you don't need to have a song, but we gave you an opportunity if you want to have a song. So because we promised you that, then you can have the song if you want it, but it's not compulsory.
Okay. We have one question from LBG Izmir. Can I get the microphone to Izmir?
Emrecan, LBG Izmir. It's really hard to decide on the songs without meeting. Maybe right after the plenary closes now, regions can come together and decide on songs.
It's up to you.
Yes, but can you guarantee me that I will get this like 10 minutes after the plenary is over? Because we really need to download the songs what you would like to have on the DJ box.
2 fingers from ITC and 3 fingers from a lot of people from the plenary. So I would have just 2 fingers from ITC, and then we will cut this topic.
Amato ITC, can I perhaps suggest, instead of having like one paper going around the plenary, that either the LBG send a mail to some mail address, or even just write it down and post it and leave it at the help desk? Because I think this is way more efficient than having one paper circulating the plenary.
Yes, so everyone will write the song on the post-it and after the plenary to the help desk. Is that what you said? Okay, cool. Good. Then we will get your songs. But then I will come and get this paper so we have all what's written already there. Where was it again? Can you show me? There. Okay, I will come there. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, organizers.
Oh, right. So I got these announcements from the plenary to remind the delegates about being thankful and grateful for the organizers for all the work they do, and promise to smile and give a big hug to at least one organizer. So let's have a round of applause for the organizers of GA Tallinn. Also remember to shower before hugging them. Okay, that's all the announcements for now. Back to you, Javi.
Okay, from my side, just to remind you that the amendments that we saw today should be on your tablets, in your tablet app. And we will also upload the CVs and motivation letters for tomorrow, so you can actually check them. Without further ado, just remind you that we have the alumni networking session, and now the plenary is closed. Wait. Yes.
Sorry, apparently one post-it got lost on the way. Just to announce that all the board candidates, as well as Extra Sasha, should approach the board table after... Oh, it was? Okay. Shame on me.
Shame.
Okay. There is 1 finger from Extra Francesca, and this is the last thing that we'll take.
At what time it will be the alumni session?
It's, according to the schedule, 9:30, and it's in the dining place on the 5th floor.
Okay. I would also like to remind you that after I close the plenary will be literally closed. So don't forget to take anything you will need to take, because don't take it now. I mean, wait, stop until I finish talking. Because we will lock, the plenary will be closed tonight, and you will not be able to enter. Okay? So see you at the alumni session. The plenary is closed.